Hello everybody. Yeah, I see a Maddie and a Drift Drop in the ones and zeros. Hi's! Hi Butter and hi Ari. It is time for more art. Hope everyone is doing well. I am doing fantastic. Oh my god, I can see the brushes used to make this background. Yeah, Maddie now is inflicted with knowledge. Hi, Lian. Hi, Maddie. I'm not cutely up. Such a thing does not exist. Lian. Sleepy much? Hi, hello, hi. I'm glad you came by as always, Ari boy. I just came from watching annual Wikipedia conference called Wikimania. Oh, that's cool. Alrighty, so we're gonna be doing art today because I didn't have the spoons to get a thumbnail done. I've been working a lot lately. This is like the first, like, quote, day off I have in a bit. It was one of my normal stream days. So, we are going to utilize it to try to do some idea gathering. I need to get a concept put together for a commission that I'm going to do. And I also want to just, like, practice something real quick. Just to get, like, warmed up. So, if anyone that's watching has any, like, characters or ideas that they would like to have drawn real quick, I think I'm gonna spend, like, maybe an hour or two practicing something. Let's see, I got everything put out to the Discord and all that. Okay, yeah, I did. Cool. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and open up our practice file. Okay, you know, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the reference that we always have on hand and practice hands real quick for like 10-20 minutes. And we're gonna see if we can't get a suggestion for what folks might want to see drawn. If anyone has a character in mind, I would love to hear it. And let's go ahead and get this swapped over. I need to... Unfortunately, I gotta use the same cable to plug in my drawing tablet as I use for my controller at the minute. Someday I will get tools that, like, don't require micro B cables. Swap on over. Actually, I think I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do this. There we go. Krita took much effort to learn, but I think we did good for the art. Right! I should bring that up, actually. Because, like, you did good. Let me see, I think I remember you posting it in the art channel. There we go. Character suggestion syncing. We're gonna show off Maddie's, you said this was like your first Krita drawing, right? You did heckin' awesome. We need to get you started on, like, using some, construction. And getting yourself to, like, plan out the composition real quick. I really like how, like, you did the chains, though, and how they're, like, warping around the form. I feel like I can see some of the aspects where, like, some of the things that I do are being, like, brought back in to inform how you're drawing these. I think if we got you using, like, a tiny bit of construction for some, like, consistent proportions, you'd do fantastically. Alrighty. For the first little bit, I'm gonna just be... Like, actually, I need to go find... I don't want to listen to Kevin McLeod the entire time. We're gonna put on some artcore. There we go. Let's practice some hands. For sketching, I like the mechanical pencil one. Sorry, Kevin, it's time to lock in. And I'm just gonna use my own hand as reference to draw out real quick. These skills will come in handy. You can never... There is never too much practice with hands. You'll quickly find. Let's see. You can handle this? Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are the best. I gotta practice like dramatic poses. Hate drawing hands? I totally understand that, Maddie. It is worth practicing, specifically because they are often really hard. Meanwhile, you could like give me a character that I could draw after this. And it could even be one that I don't know yet. Like I can look something up. Check your handle corner. That's not what we meant, and you know it. Hmm? Evil hinking noises. There's this Half-Life 3 character called Girls Kissing. You should look her up and draw her. You should draw Redacted from Redacted. Wow. little head shake Lian's mom does when she's cross-hatching. Yeah. Oh no. I see Strange Speaker want to create something. Lian is infecting me. Yes, good. This is exactly what. No, I'm not gonna do that, Butter. Wah. Hello? Welcome back, Indigo. Not staying long today? That is completely fine. I hope the day is treating you well. As a first suggestion, I suggest you draw Aria Iwanaga from Toho 20. I have no idea who that character is, but I will look that up after I finish another hand. I want to do at least a couple poses. Alright, let's see here. Usually my focus on these ends up being the foreshortening. That's some like the really hard stuff to do. Hear thy tiny instruments of art and illustration cometh alive. Be ye artists who yet conquer the hand. I command thee draft. How poetic. I said great speaking. Now Star said admit she's... No, I don't! Butter trying to pivot literally everything. You so good at hands, I struggle? I mean, I am trying to specifically practice it. It is something that has to be drawn quite a lot, unfortunately. This one didn't come out, like, as good as I would have hoped, but that's what the practice is for. Sometimes you gotta just do some, like, dedicated practice to try to understand the forms of the hand. Should draw the nibbler? Oh, like, literally the nibbler gif? Yeah. Oh, I should. I kind of want to do, Maddie's suggestion as well. Oh, there's like some muscle grouping up here. Okay. I think that does pretty good. Alright. I'm just gonna define the edges a bit more. So yeah, this was literally, I just like took my own hand, put it in a couple poses and just drew that. Remember, when you're drawing hands, you always have your own reference. The hands are hard, but at least you always have that. Yum. Stand tall, cute warrior. Hold thine artistic stylus pen aloft, and smite the restless blank page. Smite it with thine dragon flames, girly. Mirabelle from Izat? Ooh, okay, okay. That's a good one, too. Let's see. Lian, if I ever make an art that's completely too big for me to send on Discord, would it be okay to send it to you in a folder or something, and then you post it with your nitro? I forgot that there was a, there was more of a limit with, without nitro there. Yeah, we could do that. You may have to, like, lean on exporting as WebP. And yeah, I know, Lily sent you a tool to, help with conversions as well. Alright, I think I like, I'm biased, but I'm gonna take, Lily's suggestion. Lily, can you send me that GIF again real quick? The nibbler? I'm gonna alternatively change Krita's export settings. Yeah, I would say always export advanced. And you could, like, choose what file type you want to export as. Let's see. So good at hands, I struggle. Yeah, that is what the practice is for. Wow, pivot, just like how stars should pivot into administration. Please, butter. Some rest and reprieve. Oh my gosh. Haha, there it is. Lily sent me the nibbler. I should get a screen grab of this. So folks can see what I'm trying to reference. Let me try to get a good frame. That'll work. Okay. Let's draw the nibbler. Do. Lily's a very smart Banui. She is a very smart Banui. My bestest shape-shifting girlfriend. Best wifey. Gonna, like, exaggerate some of these, forms a little bit. Let's see, that's roughly under here. The image I tried to send was originally 7K by 3K pixels. Oh yeah, that kind of resolution is a lot, especially if you're trying to post to Discord. Even with Nitro, that would be kind of like a lot. I would say with sending images, you want to send like 14. You want to send like 1440p, like 4K resolution, like max. Drawing at higher resolutions is useful because you can get more detail when you compress down. But then it also is a bit less consistent because you don't know like what's gonna be really like majorly compressed by the time it compresses down. Yeah, Krita will let you export, like when you go to export, let's say you want to export a web app. You switch this down to web app, you go to save, and then you can go to resize. You want to like resize it to something that's close to like 1080 to 1440p usually. That size on a WebP will usually do you much better for like file sizes. It'll get it like under a megabyte usually, I think. And like, yeah, you're gonna lose some detail, but like, it's gonna be a lot of like the very smallest detail that you have to zoom in to see. I have to like kind of imagine some of the bits outside the frame here. Use AVIP and use less detail? Yeah. Yeah, you usually, like, for Discord, you usually don't want to be, like, putting, like, full, like, multi-thousand pixel, like, size stuff on there. I want to scrunch the cheeks. we got the wifey seal of approval. Heck yeah. Usually these kind of like more wrap around like the neck. Something like that. Lily, I think nibbler. Aww. Okay, I think we have a nibbler. Quick little nibbler sketch. You're the best. You're the best. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, Extreme. Alright, what were some of the other suggestions? I know I need to note these down before we lose them in the chat. Let's see. Maddie's suggestion was... Where was it? It was Aria Iwanaga. Oh, Lily is asking me for the nibbler. Okay. Give me a sec, darling. So, let me go ahead and note this down. Aria Iwanaga. And what was the other? We got one more suggestion. Butter Eye said Mirabelle. From Izat. Was there anything else that I missed? I have Aria Iwanaga and Mirabelle so far for the suggestions. We're doing suggestions? Yeah, I'll take suggestions. I'm just trying to like practice real quick on like a bunch of ideas. Lily says heart Maddie's idea. Okay. Technically, it was Baddie's idea. Understood. All right, so Lily wants this, so we're gonna go ahead and crop this down. Why am I forgetting where the crop tool is? There we go. Where's my daily sketch folder? Okay. Nibbler sketch. There we go. Let me send that to Lily real quick. There we go. The nibbler has been sent to my lily bun. Alright, so. Now I need to look up this character. What about Kagamine Len? Okay. I like that suggestion, okay. I'll note that down real quick. I want to do all of these, so I'm probably not going to spend too long on any one of them. But I want to, like, quickly sketch them out. You know, sometimes I forget how good of an artist you are. Your bubbly facade keeps bamboozling me. Curse you, Lian. Aw. Fucking... He's the cutest artist ever? What the heck? Oh my gosh. I'm being ambushed. Ah. I gotta look up this character. Hold on. Aria Iwanaga. Ho-ho. What whomstative is this character? Let's see. Is this character, Maddie? I'm gonna keep looking at some of these other images that I see for reference. He looks intense. My goodness. Yeah, that's the one? Okay, okay. I don't think I'm gonna copy the pose exactly. Because, like, I have different ideas. Let's see, I've got another reference up on the side. You like her design? I can see why. Alright, let's try to scribble something out real quick. What kind of pose do I want for this character? The wave cannot be stopped. I typed the wave on instinct. Yeah, we're being ambushed by your cuteness. My cuteness is not ambushing anyone because my cuteness doesn't exist. As a question, since I recently got Celeste and I know you've played it, should I go through all the levels and then go back to the B-sides, or do B-sides as I unlock them? So, if I remember right, you have to complete B-sides and, like, get, like, crystal hearts in order to unlock the core. And I think maybe farewell as well, but, like, as far as, like, the main story goes, I think you can get by just doing the A-sides at first. Yeah, B-sides are kind of like a new game plus almost kind of thing. If you think about it that way, that's probably the best way to take it. Let's see, how do I want to compose this? We're gonna do a kind of fairly basic pose. I want to include the wings, but I don't want to. I don't think I want to draw too much of the legs. Although that insane, like, lithic skirt would be fun. Scale that down slightly. This wing thing that they got going on is nuts. I mean, cutely planning on she's gonna try this out. You're relentless today, Butter. Usually you save this for the raid streams. Oh my gosh. Beating Farewell on all the seed sizes is probably one of my biggest achievements in gaming. Yeah, Extreme. No, that's commendable. And, like, Celeste is a perfect game for that because, like, Celeste will make you good at Celeste if you let it. And I recommend Leaf from Bug Fables. I will look into it. I don't know the character, but we'll look into it. I think it's gonna stay as a sketch. I've been doing a lot of rendering lately, but I think I'll just keep this as a sketch so I could, like, be able to keep a good pace going today. Below her hand, she's got a half mask thing. I am seeing that. I did want to place the eyes first. I had to know where the eyes lived. That's part of what, like, the construction is. I gotta figure out where everything's placed first. I am staring at a reference. That mask is really interesting. The way the mask frames the eye kind of, like, gives it kind of like a avian kind of, like, eagle shape, almost. There's seasides? Yep, there's seasides. So life starting out as harder than most platformers, then having multiple built-in mode variations. Without construction, I have no idea what I'm doing. You know, a lot of folks, like, when they're drawing, they see doing construction as, like, a chore, or something where it's like, no, I'd rather, like, go straight into it, because, like, they perceive it as, like, being able to go faster. But, like, in all reality, drawing construction is a tool. It's a tool to help you place lines. And, like, you can actually go faster if you're more confident in where you're placing things. So, like, I set up a bunch of guidelines so that, like, I can, like, place down a lot of these sketch lines quickly. I'm able to go as fast as I can specifically because I use construction. And, like, you don't need to, like, do construction for every little nitpicking thing. Often, if you could just get the form in place, like the pose, you could then, like, draw clothes, like, on top of it. And, like, you could draw that as, like, the actual, like, way you want to draw things. Totally didn't choose this character because her design is super complex? Well, not entirely. I really like her design. Tied for favorite in Toho 20. Ooh. I know the more sane option is not to do the B-sides yet, which is exactly what I'm going to do the B-sides now, thanks. Oh, jeez. Stokes is going at it. Ah, the heckin', like... leaflet design. That's so, like, intricate. There we go. Now, the second, like, stone skirt thing. It's like asymmetrical. That's like cool. Let's see. Also, I watched the Game Jam theme reveal earlier. My worst fear came true. The theme was perfect for a project I've already half made. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what that acronym is for the Game Jam. The rules of the jam say I'm allowed to use pre-made code as long as it wasn't explicitly made for the jam. So by the rules, I could use it as a base, but it feels too scummy. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Extreme. Oh, yeah. See, out of curiosity, do you plan to get around to Deltarune Chapter 5 since you streamed the previous 4 before, or do you want to do the second half of the game all at once as well? I do want to play Chapter 5, but right now the blocker is that I want to get a thumbnail done for Chapter 5. Which, I want to get, like, at least, like, the sketch done today, preferably. After we get done with these practice sketches. But that's the biggest thing, is, like, I like having a thumbnail of, like, an art that I drew for the games I play. And that's something I haven't really had time to do yet. I played games in the past before, like, being able to draw, like, thumbnails for them, but it's something, like, I've really come to enjoy doing. And it's a good way to, like, kind of pace myself, I think. What game is Chapter 5? Deltarune. Deltarune is a very good game, Icefire. Okay, yeah. There's also like a 70% chance Aria is lesbian. Heck yeah. Alrighty, let's see here. I gotta practice my fire. Think putting a warning for no spoilers chapter 5 when making the thumbnail in case people assume it's safe to talk about things that happen in it. True. That's a good point. Thank you. I will definitely try to remember to do that. Because, yeah, no. Like, it would be hard to expect folks to, like, come in and already have the context that, like, I haven't actually done it yet. Alright, there are these, like, yeah, claw things that come up from the back. Anywho, I'm going to do some work today. Fancy seeing you, Gilly? Thanks for dropping by, sis. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and the work goes well. Those yellow things are her bow? Oh, wait, what? Oops. What do you mean? You can't just drop that on me, Maddie. The hecky? No, that did not happen, Butter. I'm always confused why people just go into streams and just assume streamers already played it for some reason. Unless they explicitly label it as blind. And sometimes even if they do. Yeah, some folks, like, seem to just kind of autopilot and, like, want to watch a certain stream and then talk about things. And it's like... It's hard to encourage folks to, like, exercise that awareness. Some folks just, like, pop in and just chat, like... One of the hardest things to do is filter game knowledge to a point the stream is at. Yeah. It's something that, like, you really are only able to do if you're watching somebody that, like, you've been watching for a while and, like, know what they've seen and haven't seen. That's why I appreciate when folks come into chats and, like, ask, like, hey, has streamers seen, like, you know, X part yet? And, like, kind of says it vaguely. And, like, tries to tries to, like, ask it in a spoiler-free way. Like, there was a person yesterday who was, who asked, like, if I had seen, Daddy Longlegs, and that was, like, a perfectly fine thing to ask, and, like, they were being cognizant of spoilers and such. Because they know, like, spoilers are, like, what you know about the game as far as, like, a Mori goes is, like, half the game, half the experience. I remember watching some Hollow Knight stream a bit ago, and while the streamer was trying to get the first ability, some viewer was spamming random lore about the Pale King for no apparent reason. Yeah, it's like, I get the idea of, like, they're excited and want to, like, info dump, but, like, also, it would have been cool for, like, the person to run into those things naturally. For the first time works as a way of saying blind. Yeah, that's, like, one of many reasons why I like having that in the title. It kind of sets the expectation, in a, very, like, talking to a friend kind of way, before the person has, like, before the person has even clicked into the stream. Hi, I heard you haven't played this game before. Anyways, her sister is... Yeah, the world isn't real! Oh my gosh. You know. It's unfortunately a skill that is not very often reinforced. Regrettably. I'm going to have spent the most time on this fire out of everything in the picture. Lian, nod while you're doing the hatching. If you get... You know I can't help that! It's heccin mouse tracking! Fire is good, thank you. Burn stuff, I woke up tired today. Aw. It's honestly impressive how excited some people are to spoil. I occasionally see people who dedicate their time to a speedrun Deltarune chapters on release day, so they can blurt endings on streams. Yeah, I have known people who are that, like, vindictive, and it's like, I really don't get it. I had somebody who was like, who specifically had like beef with me. They were like, they were acting abusive at the time. And so like, we were trying to play like Final Fantasy, and they decided to like speed all the way to the end of the game on like one of the expansions, and then try to like bombard like my socials with spoilers because they knew I liked the game. It was weird. Don't get me started on people who put spoilers in the thumbnail and release date. Oh boy. Yeah. Jump. Alright, let me see here. Literally ruining their own experiences too, it puzzles me. Yeah, because it's like, they're obviously deprioritizing, like, playing the actual game over, like, actually, like, because they specifically want to, like, ruin someone else's experience. It's a weird mindset to have. The type of streams where it's fully safe to discuss the full game can be very fun, but it's a very different type of stream. Yeah, usually it's like, you know, speedrun streams, right? It's like, usually the speedrunner either doesn't care, or, like, they're speedrunning it because they are so intimately familiar with the game that, like, it's fine to talk about, like, whatever random aspect of it, right? Lian's sketch is better than my actual art. Oh, Maddie. It takes practice. And, like, yeah, take some opportunities to just, like, sketch stuff. To just practice. Getting really good at the sketch stage can help a lot. And, like, here's the thing. Loosening up and being relaxed and, like, getting yourself into a groove, into that flow state, is critical for art. You cannot be too, like, exacting. Wait, that's supposed to be a sketch? You know, these are still, like, kind of sketchy lines. I'm not doing, like, distinct line art. I think if I were to try to do distinct line art, we would be here literally all stream. Especially for a character design like this. But yeah, no, like, ironically, relaxing and putting yourself into the flow state is incredibly important for this. Oh. Let's see. Music makes your character vibrate. It makes me laugh. That's me, like, moving my stylus around. The Darkwing has eyes. Yeah, I am noticing that. I'm, like, trying to decide how I want to draw that. It really feels like, especially because this is all super dark, probably going to be better if I, like, draw it with eraser. So to speak. I probably do need to airbrush, like, some kind of consistent background in there. There we go. Just so that when I eraser draw the eyes later, it has something to actually, like, pop out from. Focus mode for a tiny bit to get this done, because this is a rather large task here. Alright, so now I should be able to go to, like, to my eraser tool. Pencil brush? Yee. Alright, let's see. Whenever I join streams for games I love, like Vivid Stasis or Amori, I make a conscious effort not to spoil things, because, like, yeah, that's just mean. Yeah. I mean, like, and, like, if you're, like, because, like, part of the reason you, like, a lot of, at least me, right? Part of the reason you join streams is because you want to kind of, like, live that first-time play experience vicariously through the streamer. And so, like, I feel like it's better if you let them keep the blind experience. Because, like, it's gonna make watching them play it even better, right? Even, so it's like, that's even if you, like, kind of take it, like, fully selfishly. Let's see. The all bosses and ending people are too fast to handle. You either leave the internet, play release day, get really lucky, or get spoiled. Yeah. I tend to stay very, like, kind of, like, in my own circles. So, like, our Discord is pretty good about that. Like, people, like, when they're talking about particular games, like, that I haven't played yet, in, like, threads, like, people are, using spoiler tags and, like, making specifically spoiler threads for stuff like, say, Ultra Kill, which I'm planning to play at some point, but I haven't gotten around to yet. Yeah, no, it takes like very highly curating your social media experience in order to like truly avoid things. To avoid spoilers like the plague. And even then, every once in a while, I'll see like a post on like Blue Sky that will like reveal something small, and it's like, oh, that kind of sucks, but like I'm able to like kind of realize what I'm looking at and like kind of like block it out a little bit. There are certain situations where like learning a spoiler about a game is what made me interested in play it, or like made me interested in watching like say a particular anime or what have you. But like that's only true for the cases where I wasn't originally planning on watching them anyway. That's the only time a spoiler can actually be like kind of good. Is if you weren't originally planning on consuming that media and then were convinced to by the spoiler. Let's see. Lian's sketches are better than my actual art. Aw. How do you make your art look like this? I feel like all my art looks like when a cartoon makes an intentionally really badly drawn sequence for some story reason, like a child notebook. Like, literally, like, it's needing to relax and needing to, like, really loosen up. Like, making a lot of very, like, quick sketches like I did today is like part of why I'm able to do this. Is you end up drawing a lot, and you can practice the sketch phase a lot. And that will help like make when you do like say inking or like trying to do like actual like finished product stuff later easier. Like, I wouldn't be doing the shading right now if this was gonna be, like, an actual, like, rendered piece. But, it's like, it's having that high, like, ability to sketch that really helped me a lot. The fact that I was drawing, like, all the way through high school and, never really stopped, because, like, artists are just the people who never stopped doodling in their notebooks, right? That's really the only difference between, like, quote, talented artists and, like, quote, normal people. Is they just never stopped drawing. It just takes time and practice, and you gotta, like, give your brain space to, like, expand. Let's see. I'm better at drawings that are more esoteric than like full-on characters. Yeah. Yes, I can have like a weird-looking conglomerate of shapes and turn it into something that resembles a character, but I can't make it look nice. My creativity knows no bounds, but my pencil does. I don't really know what works for me though. The best comparison I can give is like Toby Fox's crafted concept art, but it gives to Temmie to polish. Yeah, so the other thing, right, is I started with this today, right? This is very like realistic. I am copying the shapes of my hand as closely as I can. This kind of practice is important because even though this might not be the style you want to draw in eventually, like, here's the thing. Styles like cartoons and anime that style is actually really, really hard to do. It can be harder than doing realistic, right? So, the first step is you have to learn how to draw something exactly as it is. That's why still life practice is so important. You learn anatomy, you learn form, you learn value and shading, and you pick up all those details. You download them into your visual library that you can then pull from later. And then when you go to make like a different style of something, this was like another one where I just drew the reference. And then once you like go to something where you want to do a particular style, you know what it would look like realistically, but you then can take that knowledge and make decisions on how to simplify it in a way that makes sense but still reads as the proper thing, right? Like, obviously, human anatomy, the face doesn't exactly look like that, because that's, like, you know, sort of babyish proportions, but, like, that's what anime tends towards, right? So, like, if improving your technical ability is what you want to be doing, starting with, like, still life studies can be incredibly important until you move on to the harder task of simplifying it down to a style. You have to understand how anatomy and stuff works in a realistic setting so that you can then bring that information forward into things like anime and cartoons. So, like, you learn a lot about how, like, shadows fall and, like, wrap around certain forms and all that good stuff. And eventually, you end up having so much visual information that you kind of just intuit what you need to do. Alright. That took a lot longer than what we'd been doing, but Maddie, I hope you enjoy the sketch. I'm gonna take a moment to hydrate while I wait for a response from Maddie. A very important question, Lian. Which one of the wings would you rather have IRL? The thing is, Maddie, I like the combination aspect, right? Specifically, I like the combination aspect. I mean, if I had to choose one, probably the fire, but like, I like the sort of duality thing, light and dark stuff. It's gorgeous. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Extreme. And yeah, this is like an important exercise of just relaxing and just scribbling something out. And like, the scribble doesn't have to be good, you know? Like, you want to know why I'm able to do something like this? Let me go into my old pictures. I have old photos. Adore it? Heck yeah. Young Lian art. So, Y'all want to know what I was doing before? What some of my early Krita stuff was? This was early Krita for me. Or, no, like, this is actually Photoshop, actually, sorry. But early, like, digital art programs. It was very scrungly, you know? That was some of my first attempts at, doing digital art. This was, like, something I made when I was, like, a teenager, right? I was scribbling a lot. And, like, it was stuff I liked for me, but, wasn't, like, technically proficient yet. And then, the type of stuff I was doing... Okay, this was a commission. But, like, this is the type of stuff that helped me study. I did this in a sketchbook. It's because of doing stuff like this really early on. I was paid for this one. I didn't actually like Twilight, but you start learning a lot of value in shapes and stuff. Doodling is also a good way to learn. It is. It is. And I had been, like, doodling in my sketchbook for years. You can kind of see from how many files I have that, like, I'd been at this a long time, and that's part of what, like, really, like, goes into it. Let's see, I know I have some really old stuff in here. Yeah, okay. This, like, this sort of thing, unlocked being able to do the skills I'm able to do today. And I would say doing realistic art, like, photorealism art, like this, I think this is easier than doing, like, anime and manga, right? Because you literally just copy what you see on a photo. Sure, it still takes a lot of time, but I see this as easier. The harder part is trying to translate this into lines and simple shapes that still convey the same idea, right? This was a lot of using pencil, charcoal, and those little, like, rolled paper, like, blending torches. And, like, I think this took me, like, 20 hours. Somewhere around there. Oh. You know, I've been drawing for decades. This is some of my early, like, sketchbook, like, you know, stylized art that I wanted to do for myself. You can see the perspective and the anatomy, not as developed as I have it today. This is the kind of stuff I was doing, like, in class, like, in my sketchbook. I was kind of cringe as a kid. You know, there's not really like a there's not really a cheat code per se, but you can do dedicated practice, like dedicated, like, work specifically on, say, hands. Work specifically on, say, poses. You can practice specific things and learn at them, like, learn how to do them much more quickly, you know? Aren't we all cringe as kids? It's a kid's job to be cringe, but, like, yeah. I feel like I'm doing something wrong on a more fundamental level if your early stuff looks this good. The thing is, I have stuff even earlier than that I don't have saved on my computer because I'm not as proud of that stuff, you know? That stuff probably looks closer to what you're able to do. Like, life experience, like, means a lot. Oh, whoops, I accidentally put a part of the drawing on the reference layer. Let's try to fix that real quick. Alright, let's merge that down. Let's lose the reference. I'm gonna go ahead and export this, so we're gonna share this in the art channel. Let's see. It's Aria sketch. Let's put that in the art channel. The biggest thing I like, one of my biggest goals is I want to encourage people to make art and, like, make things more. Sorry this took so long? No, this is perfect, Maddie. That was absolutely perfect. I liked that for like an hour. I'm proud of that for an hour. I know the other ones probably aren't going to take me as long. You proved that you were more curious than most. Did you awaken your final form? Okay, so that's in the Discord now. Now, what else was suggested? Let's see here. We want Mirabelle from Izat. Okay. Again, we're gonna pull up a reference. We're gonna keep it as a sketch. Alright, so let's copy image. Put that over here. I want a few of these references, I think. So this one is very stylized, obviously. My chat was broken, but I saw some 2012 timestamps in those images. Yes. I would say I've been drawing since at least 2006. So I've been drawing at least 20 years. Let's see. The cute export. Aww. Reminds me of the old JRPG concept art because of the cross-hatching. Aww. Alright, how do I want to do Mirabelle? What would be an interesting pose? She's very soft-spoken. It the Meeble? Yeah. So it's like a very, like, aura farmy pose. Probably wouldn't really suit her, I don't think. Let's see. The Uno reverse pose. I mean, yeah, I could just copy that. Sure. Maybe that would be, maybe that would be nice if I kind of like do it in from a different angle. I find the get big. I think I vaguely remember the shape that was used. I can't really find a reference of it, but I can vaguely remember the shape that was used. I had to have an idea of what pose I was actually going to draw first. If I do kind of like a reflect barrier thing off the side. Hungry? Get yourself some food, Maddie. Let's see. Trying to draw more realistic led to improvement, sort of. I think it looks better, but it looks uncomfortable to look at. I'm not even dissatisfied with it. It just looks horrifying. Yeah, there was a time back when I was drawing that like photorealistic stuff where I was not happy that I could draw like the photorealistic stuff and it would look like perfect, but I couldn't draw what I actually wanted to draw, which was the stylized stuff. That's why I felt like the stylized stuff was harder. I wanted to draw like anime, but like whenever I drew it, it never looked right. It was so annoying for me at the time. It took a long time for me to be able to do the stylized stuff. It didn't even look perfect. It was just like a weird kind of uncomfortable. It looked like it scrunched itself up. Yeah, I had a few drawings that looked like that. I've had to draw so many ribbons over the years. It's unreal. Let's see. I need that reference, I think. And again, I may want advice from elsewhere since it seems she had the exact opposite problem than I do. I can make simple stuff and convey an idea, but I can't make it look polished. Yeah, I mean, like, part of the other problem was also that, like, even my polished stuff, it took an unwieldy amount of work. Like, it would take, like, 20, 30, 36 hours to do some of those pieces. And that was exhausting. That's, like, it's, like, one of the, like, critical, like, artist dilemmas is, like, yeah, you want to be paid for the work, but if you go by, like, hourly pay on some of, like, the skill levels that I was at before, it would mean that I would be, like, in order to, like, make it worthwhile, I would have had to, like, charge, like, hecking, like, hundreds of dollars for those. And it's like, it just didn't feel right. Being able to, like, heal up to the point where I'm able to do that sort of thing a lot more quickly was, like, the biggest key to helping with that regard. At some point, after you do the realistic stuff, you also have to, like, practice stylizing things. You have to kind of, like, check and see what decisions other artists have made and see, like, what you do and don't want to incorporate. Like, you might see that a particular artist likes to draw, like, say, the upper lip, but not the lower lip. And you might integrate that idea into your drawing, like, habits. Lian and I invented the triangle method to practice 3-point perspectives easier. To be fair, I've never really had an issue with, like, 3-point perspective. Then again, that was something that I felt like just kind of came naturally to me. Like, it just made sense in my neurodivergent brain. Perspective, I never really had to practice much. The hard part for me was always, like, translating complex ideas into simplified lines. And if you want, like, the way to try to do polished things, you have to figure out where everything sits first. Like, if I open up a different file here, I'm gonna save this one real quick. Let's open something I did recently. The most recent thing I've done was, I finished the commission for Indigo. I opened that up. So this started at first. Where's that layer? Actually, it'd be easier if I, it'd be easier if I just pull up the time lapse, actually. There we go. So it's like, you start with a very, very sketchy, like, construction and, like, scribble lines to figure out where you're placing everything. I did a bit more of a detailed sketch on top of that to kind of place all the different design elements. And then once all that is done, you bring that layer to lower opacity and you choose a good brush and trying to focus on getting it all, like, getting the lines down in a single smooth stroke. You use your sketch to tell you where to put all the lines. It is like, I had to go through this process like 3 or 4 times in order to get the lines refined enough to actually, like, looking polished. And then the whole, like, shading and rendering thing is its own beast after the fact. You can kind of see that process happen in each time lapse that I do. Where it's like, I'm further, like, refining and defining like each step of the process before I finally pull out the pen brush to do like the final lines, the final inking lines. I'm always mesmerized looking at my time lapses. It's weird. Boop. Yeah, the boop in the time lapse. Lian, I went back in time to the stream where the Uno reverse bit happened and took a screenshot. Would you want me to send you it? Yes, please. I'm gonna let the time lapses play for a little bit. Eventually, you start developing a muscle memory, and again, developing this skill is a lot about developing how to do these things while being super relaxed. This art is one of those skills that like it is incredibly hard to develop when you're all tensed up. And sketching can help a ton with that. And yeah, a bunch of like your initial sketches aren't going to be as refined as you want it to be. It's not matching that idea that you have in your head, because when you imagine something in your head, you think that you're imagining like a complete picture. But what you're really doing is you're imagining the concept of a complete picture and projecting your own feelings onto it. People's imaginations aren't actually that specific. It kind of just brings like an idea of like what that is to mind, you know? If you could like literally projector screen your imagination onto a screen, you'd find it's a lot more fuzzy than you're imagining. And so you need the sketching phases to actually like help define what it is you're going for. And just like sketching is a process of discovering what things look like, you know? I forgot this time lapse is in there too. I drew all the pieces and like put it all together. Yeah, and with each one of these, at this point, there's like 20 years of muscle memory all like informing what I do. Of course, a lot of it I've learned recently, but same difference, though. Doing the multiple light sources on this one was fun. Liza P was a heckin' fun game. It sucks that it kept crashing my system. Poop? Heck yeah. To answer your question earlier, Maddie, yes, please send me that picture. This one was more of a doodle. I kind of just went at it. I really liked how it turned out, but like I specifically kept very sketchy line work. Two crashes in the same stream in Liza P? Yeah, I remember there were a couple times like that. Like in Revenge of Donkey Guy. Alright, Maddie sent me the thing. That's what I was thinking. I had a hard time trying to remember what her facial expression was like. I'm gonna let this time lapse finish because it's my darling. All right, let's get this put in here. You must admit, you're at least kinda sorta cute. Never! This was never agreed upon. Thank you for the reference, though, Maddie. Time travel isn't an easy thing to do, gotta be compensated. Replace it with a new on top! Darling! Oh, man! I never realized, that's like... Oh, I'd never realized Mirabelle's thing is like a sleeve glove. Whoa, okay. That's actually kind of cute. Lily by far has the best chance to getting Lian to admit cuteness. Ah! Don't use the secret tech! You're not allowed. I tried drawing a realistic man and it's not realistic, but instead it's melting. It looks like it would fit in a horror game. I'm not quite sure how I've done this. So, at that rate, Stokes, you kind of have to start breaking things down into their component pieces. Like, maybe, like, instead of drawing, like, an entire, like, man, try to, like, focus it down and, draw, like, say, the face. Try to nail getting the expression right. And try to figure out what makes an expression look, like, good and not melted. And then, like, on another attempt, like, try to figure out doing, like, arms, for instance, or the hair, or what have you. You might need to practice eyes. There's a lot of things that you might need to do, like in isolation of each other, and then bring it back together. Rather than trying to do the whole package all at once, because in trying to rush to the end result, you might be, like... You might be skipping over a lot of details you need to learn. No, I didn't. Y'all are making things up. Actually, the expression looks amazing. It's literally anything else that's melting and also hairy. Okay, yeah, so maybe you need to figure out a way to draw hair. Because, like, hair is not individual strands, right? Or hair is individual strands, but it's like when you draw them together, they kind of melt into a shape. And sometimes you have to, like, try to convey that shape in a way that doesn't logically make sense. You're making things up. Sorry, I got that neurodivergence where I gotta just say how I see it. like, any specific concern you might have, Stokes, has answers. But, like, the hard part of it is that you're gonna need to, like, answer, like, hundreds of different micro problems rather than trying to figure out some big overarching approach. I didn't add hair, they're bald. I mean, everything is hairy. I wasn't trying to add any. Okay, so that might be... that specific problem, Stokes, might be that, like, it's kind of like a... what we refer to that as, like, when you're drawing, you kind of... a lot of people, when they're trying to draw, like, lines, they do this, where they try to, like, we call that petting the line. And, like, sometimes that creates that kind of hairy look. Where if you're wanting a really clean, like, rendering, first you want to get, like, a pen or a tool that's good for that. Like, even just a ballpoint pen. You want to try to get the entire line in one stroke that looks, like, decent, right? If it's all one line, you don't end up with all those little, like, micro lines that ends up, like, looking hairy, you know? Your elbow looks like she's about to sneeze. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to, I'm gonna change that expression. Right, that's what I needed the reference for. There we go. There we go. That's what we needed. Huh, it doesn't really show what she wears, like, on the waist, but it feels a bit bare if I just kind of leave it. I'll put, like a basic, like, fabric belt there. Pizza spicy. I like spicy, but I don't like pizza. I tried that, and now they're not hairy, but the... I'm gonna guess you accidentally hit enter there. I'm gonna wait until you get the rest of your message out there. but the meltiness has quadrupled. Do you happen to be in the Discord, Stokes? I'm wondering if I can take a look at what's going on there. Never bothered to join? Ah, that's okay. Because, like, I'd have to take a look, I think, at what the meltiness is that you're referring to try to give, like, a specific recommendation. I don't have time right now, but maybe next art stream I can show you. Okay. Yeah, no, so it's like diagnosing something like this, I'd have to kind of I'd kind of have to like see it to see what you mean. To try to diagnose it. Can't tell if this reference has the tassels on sword. I think they're on the sword. Because like, she has her rapier, which I realize is a lot more like, it's got like an actual like crossguard on it than I wasn't expecting. It's one of those things you only notice when you go to draw it. No guarantees though? Of course, of course. You know, you kind of have to just like find a process of being able to critically look at what you're doing and try to diagnose like what aspects of it are causing it to read the way that it does, so that you could try to intentionally change those outcomes. It's hard to see those things. It really is hard. Like, even me trying to, like, do Mirabelle's expression here, I tried to do, like, something off of memory, and I couldn't quite remember how, like, a determined expression went. And so, like, I made something that looked like Maddie said, it looks like Mirabelle was about to sneeze. And that's when I eventually pulled this last reference up that's in the corner and realized, like, oh, that expression wasn't, like, that expression doesn't, like, behave the way I was imagining at first. And so I was able to fix that. Could be the lack of stylus. I might want one of those. Are you drawing with, like a laptop trackpad or something? Is that what that is? Because, like, on some level, like, you gotta work with what you got, but there are certain points where it's like, maybe pen and paper would work better for you. Trackpads can be fairly big at least, so strokes are possible. They are possible. It's just one of those things where it's like, It does narrow, like, your range of motion still, even then. Small trackpad too hard to work with? This is true. I knew some artists that did some kind of surprising things trying to draw with a mouse. It's like, whoa, that's impressive, but also why are you torturing yourself? I used to do mouse, but realized it sucked to an impressive degree, so switched to one of those touchscreen thingies. I haven't tried touchscreen, but doing something on, like, a phone definitely seems like it would be maybe a bit more intuitive. I know there's plenty of folks that do, like, you know, painterly renderings on, like, their phones and tablets. That at least, like, makes some sort of sense. Sure. You know, I haven't noticed any of these problems on the rare occasion I do use pen and paper instead of digital. That might be the issue. Yeah, like, even though I do a lot of digital drawing, um, it is worth saying that, like, um, there are still things that I go back to, like, my actual sketchbook for in order to, like, actually practice more. So, like, where's something I did in my sketchbook recently? It would have been one of mine. Where is it? So, like, these are my recent, like, sketchbook pieces. The most recent one being this one. And there's certain things that you learn a lot better when you have, like, the full tactile response of it being physical, like pencils and pens in your hand. About the leaf recommendation, there's a simpler version of their sprite, but there's also a much more complicated version that would better fit your style. It's easy to tell which. Okay, sure. We'll pick one when we get to it. But yeah, this is what our sketchbook work looks like these days. This is pencil and ballpoint pens. And like a micron fine liner that we got from an art supply store. Right one. Does your friend have an Uno reverse card? Sorry, Yugi boy. That card doesn't work here. So much respect for artists. Aww. It's not even that I necessarily want, like, respect. It's like, I mean, that's like cool and all. I appreciate that. But like, I want folks to make things. It's fucking awesome when folks make things. You learn so much about yourself and, like, gain, like, really cool skills. I make things, it's just not drawing. Hey, it doesn't have to be drawing. It absolutely doesn't have to be. I find it amazing that you're making a heckin' rhythm game stuff. Like, heckin' game development is insane. It's a massive project that you're undertaking there. As you're worried, I'll refrain calling Lian for cute for 2 seconds. Okay, Lian, cute. Wow, what a reprieve. Thanks, Butter. How magnanimous. Going Stars in Time, just got that game recently? Heck yeah! No, it's an amazing game. Fair warning, careful of, spoiler stuff. I won't say exactly what, but this isn't exactly free of that sort of thing. Make usage of the word magnanimous? How dare. Eddie says, cute lesbian noises. There we go. I think that does it. Butter says cute butter noises. I play pot of green. Deck cards banned. This is just limited. I forgot. It's been a while. Alrighty, I think that does pretty good. For a quick sketchy thing, I'm gonna post this in the art share as well. You are perfectly. How dare? Lian. There we go. That's it. That's it in the disc or two. Alright, what was the next one that I got recommended? Right, the Kagamine Len, specifically from the Renegade Boy. Let's see. I believe I know what that... Okay, yeah. So, if I just, like, bring up a new layer. Gonna slap that on top. Gonna hide that. Kagamine Len, my boy! Oh. I've been trying not to, like, just straight up copy things. But, like, this pose is too good. I think we just do it. We just do this as a study. It's fairly simple. We love our trans mask representation. making a request for things to draw? I was for a bit. I might be swapping soon to, like, a commission I need to do. But we'll see. Let's see here. So this is different. I don't usually do, like, masculine faces. The face shape is kind of different than I'm used to. This will be good practice. They just do a dot for the nose. Fair enough. Interesting way to do that. I'm used to, like, doing this, like, toothy grin thing by, like, denoting a part on the side for, like, the teeth. Like so. But they do it instead as just a couple lines to kind of have the implication of, like, yeah, there's like a couple there's like, this is a toothy smile. I might have made the grin, like, a little wide compared to the reference, but that's okay. Oh, okay. I think I just finally unlocked something that I kind of struggled with for a while. Like, it's really hard to avoid the kind of, like, crazy eye when you're drawing them when you're starting out. And usually you avoid that by putting the upper eyelid over the iris a bit. But this reference didn't have that. That's because it's at least over this iris that it works out. Okay. As long as it's over, like, one of them. Can't make a complete expression. You know, yeah, this is why you do these studies. You learn things. You gotta make observations as you're drawing. Add it to your internal memory bank. Add to the visual library. Level up, new skill, the crazy eyes. Let's see, that's roughly lined up. Let's see, if I'm gonna fit everything I need to on this page, I need to scale this down slightly. There we go. Feeling evil. Interesting how, okay, they do show the eyebrow through the hair, but not completely. They have a part on either side of the bang that's like all like erased. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-dang. Interesting way to do collars, too. I feel like the mouth needs to be smaller. There we go. I guess every time anyone uses the undo button or eraser, they gotta watch 30 seconds unskippable ad upon the baddie. Or baddie, rather. Living true to your name, actually. You got a reputation to uphold or something? Maybe I should actually look at the reference. Yeah, no, like, a lot of learning art is downloading what you see into a visual library that you can mentally reference later. Like, again, like, you cannot actually just imagine things. You don't imagine pictures, you imagine feelings, concepts. Like, you can see pictures vaguely, but, like, your brain is pulling up, like, the feeling of seeing a picture. I don't mean that in a kind of like everybody has aphantasia kind of way. That's not what I mean. Just to be clear. But like you need to see references and build up the visual library so that you can actually like have more detail to what you're imagining. They did really good hands. Fatty leveled up and gained skill. Pure evil, plus plus plus. I'll never find someone more comically evil than me. I mean, Batty goes straight for the jugular. I mean, unskippable ads? Explode. I'm not sure what this diamond is they put here. Unless that's like supposed to be like one of the chain links that's broken and not like a shadow. Kind of an odd placement. I somehow managed to make Tenda look like a tree after trying to do a reference. Oh, you'll get there, Stokes. Sure what it is they put here. There's just a bunch of interesting lines. Oh wait, that's kind of like a sweater. Okay. I'm not even frustrated over him anymore. This is bad enough to get a chuckle out of me. As long as you can kind of look at it and see, like, maybe what lines and what strokes are actually, like, creating the tree effect. And then you can, like, use that information to kind of avoid that in the future if that's not what you want to go for. I definitely feel like some parts of this are not exactly where they need to be, but we're making it work. Maybe we should try tracing instead. So like one thing that's useful to do is yeah, you can kind of trace, but like the more useful thing is to kind of draw over the image and try to break it down into understandable shapes. Like say if I were to hide this for a moment and put a different layer, you could be like, okay, there is like a kind of like triangle shape for the chin. Like in this particular case, the face is like kind of a blocky shape. Got of course like almond-y like eyes. You can see that like this part of the coat is like a triangle shape roughly. You can like this exercise of breaking down shapes can help a lot, and you can break it down in even like sub shapes. Like this is like 2 triangles on the right side. Our right side. You can kind of like help yourself understand like what the different shapes are for like the anatomy. And then after you've done that, you've broken it down into simpler shapes, you can then like draw that off to the side and try to use the reference, but try to copy the reference without tracing. Turn the image into geometry. Yes, that. This hair is so fun. The artist on this did insane on like the coat and the hair in particular. Oh my gosh. Turns Lian into geometry. Oh no, I've been geometried. I still didn't make the canvas big enough for this. Uah! Unrenders your Lian. No! I must be rendered! This part needs to be higher up. I think. Yeah. There we go. Oh yeah, music videos from Flavor Folio are always peak. Yeah, you know. Lily's been showing me quite a bit of Flavor Foley recently, and like it wasn't something I was clued into until recently. But yeah, I agree. They are really good. Like the shape design on this one is really cool. Like I love how blocky the clothes are. And how they, like, frame Len's shoulders to really emphasize the, like, masculine, like, breaking free. Because, like, Len here does look pretty young, but, like, the way that the clothes are framed really kind of adds that, masculinizing, like, feeling to it. And I love that you can kind of see both elements of it. You can see how determined Len is in this representation. And how much he definitely wears, like, his like identity of self on him. It's very cool to see. Super well-made drawing and video? Yes, yes. Like, I may be a trans girl. I might be, like, approaching it from the other direction. But it's a feeling that I identify with a lot, because that, you know, breaking free and being yourself, that's, like, universal amongst, like, the trans experience. They make, like, the actual, like, chain parts, like, really big and chunky. Let me try to replicate a character that's actually in 2D, like Noelle or something. I'm realizing Tenna was a horrible choice. Yeah, doesn't Tenna... Yeah, Tenna has, like, that kind of, like, N64 sprite, like, rotoscoped, like, 3D render kind of look. It's a very unique kind of presentation that's reminiscent of, like, the super... What is it? The Donkey Kong Country kind of vibe? Isn't it? Yeah. Tenna is definitely a very, like, specific kind of, like, call back to a sort of style. Alright, the shading on this is... There's not really any, like, soft shadows. It's cel-shaded. Okay. Did I accidentally... I think... Oops, I accidentally only gave Kagami... I only gave Len 3 fingers in his right hand. 4 fingers. Adjust this slightly. There we go. 4 fingers, Lian is an AI reference. AI convert. No! I just forgore. Please no beam me. Okay, I need to like turn this down so I can actually see what I'm drawing. There we go. It's not my fault. I'm gay. Let's see. Me just thought of a suggestion for the next time you do this. Yeah, I hadn't called on to that one for next time, Maddie. I definitely want to do more art streams. It's been fun. I like getting this chance to practice sketches a bunch. Oh, the triangles on the head are more like shading. Okay, they do like odd color shading. All right. Let's see. The artist behind the Tandem model has posted some behind-the-scenes stuff about it, which is cool. Yo. Neat little detail. In the MV, there's a headband from before Len transitioned with the same diamond pattern as the handcuffs. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's kind of silly how your model shows the moments where you headbang to the music. Yeah, no. My model has mouse tracking, but that of course means when I like move on the canvas, it means, especially with like cross-hatching, I'm sitting there like vibrating as I like move the mouse. Breaking. Lian arrested for cutting fingers off a Kakamine Len. No! Please! Time to ban Len from the ski origin man. No! Don't do this to me. Wow, I didn't know testosterone give you 4 fingers. That's cool. Yeah, no, you become more stylized on testosterone. Yeah. Yeah. Gender affirming stylization. Oh my god, I'm more consistent than I thought. Welcome back! If you want a recommendation for that, Aesthetica, it's best to utilize your subscription feed and actually use your subscriptions page. They'll help you like keep track of folks more often. Let's see. It's not my fault I'm gay. I don't think they'll pass in court. You never know. Although you already made it cute this stream, so it doesn't really... No, I didn't! Don't make up lies, Maddie. Oh my gosh. I'm a big fan of these art streams. They're a great chance to chill, chat, and make some art of my own. That's wonderful to hear, Driftdraft. Fucking awesome. I'm glad you're making things. Let's see. I tried to draw Noelle, and it just looks like Rules card, trying really, really hard to do Noelle cosplay. Maybe that could be its own art piece. You never know. I've returned to see the awesome trains person draw art. Not think about it? Alright, just a recommendation. The subscription tab on YouTube. Like, take control of your... which media is presented in front of you. It'll help a bunch. Who are you drawing? This is Kagamine Len from the song Ego Renegade Boy, specifically. It is a transmasculine story. And this is specifically from one of the frames on that. If I go over here and I turn this opacity back up, this is the image I'm referencing. As soon as I get rid of the draw layer. This is the image I'm referencing. There is no shading on the coat. Okay. Very cool. Thank you. Oh, P-Cart. Thank you! Oh my gosh. Ego Renegade Boy, my beloved. It's wild. I had heard this song before, and then Lily was the one that revealed to me that, like, wait, it's a trans mask song. And then, like, she showed it to me again, and I listened to the lyrics with that in mind. And I'm like, wait, no, it totally is. And I love this song so much more now. Because, like, I didn't quite catch that the first few times I heard the song. Also, hi, Mystified. Like, good to see you here. I hope you are doing well. My top 3 are Janie, Uwu, Yuko EX, and now you. Oh, I know Yuko. Aw, that's sweet. Doesn't Flavor Fully also have a song about age, of course? I don't know. I've not listened to a lot of Flavor Fully. A lot of what I've listened to, yeah, I believe Flavor Fully is behind Ego Renegade Boy. A lot of what I've listened to is more like Jamie Page stuff and like Amaranth. But I might need to like look more into like the Flavor Fully side of things, because the Flavor Fully stuff that Lily has introduced me to has been peak. I'm just gonna do like a different stylization of the background, just to save a little bit of effort. Remember to hydrate, everyone? Yes, remember to hydrate. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that, all told. Oh, I need to add one bit of shading over here. For, like, under the hair. This part is usually included in most anime-style art pieces. There we go. Taking notes on how you're drawing crazy eyes for when I eventually draw Flandre from Toho. Yes! I mean, like, usually you have to try to avoid crazy eyes, like learning how to, like, place the eyelids. But this time it's intentional. A lot of the crazy eye is in how the eyelid is resting on top of the iris. But I still feel sick and lurking. Cuteness is helping. The Shadowbringers is messed up. Well, I don't know how you can say I'm cute like this. Impossible, but like no. I'm sorry you're still sick. Wah. I'm just gonna add some defining lines that I think look good. I want to further get the hair looking right. Oh, that is a line that I need to find. The define line. There we go. The cute ring, Lian. No. True, but searching up reference images for the Roaring Knight would probably bring up Chapter 5 spoilers. You know, the Roaring Knight might be a good challenge since they're basically all silhouette and no details outside of their eye mouth thing. Yeah, you can learn a bit from stylization from that. Yeah. As long as you're careful about spoilers, if you're worried about that sort of thing. You don't have to fill the air as Titigif. Like, it is also, like, fine just to, like, kind of hang out. We're vibing. I finished chapter 5, so I should be fine? Then go ahead. Go for it. But cute Lian gives me the courage to hold my head high no matter how sick I feel. Oh! What the heck? What the... too sweet. Now I'm just feeling chatty. That's fine. Yeah, I just didn't want you to feel like you had to. There's no obligation. Okay, there we go. Adding a little bit of eyelid lines helped a bunch. There we go. Okay, okay. There needs to be a little bit of shading on the neck. A little bit going down here. And that's probably good for now. And how do I do that subscription thing you were talking about? So, below the stream should be a bell icon. You can subscribe. That'll put me on your subscriptions page. And the other option for the bell that everyone is always calling out is to turn on the bell. That'll put me in notifications for you, if that's something you want. That thingy? Yeah. Yeah, specifically subscribing will put me on your subscriptions page. Turning on the bell icon will put me in your notifications. That's true for anyone that you follow. I'm sure hasn't got to chapter 9 yet like me. Drift Dropped is like time traveled into the future. Kagamine Lens sketch. We'll share this one too. Where'd it go? There it is. Haha. That's in the Discord. Looks so good. Thank you. For those that are just joining us, I will quickly go over what we've drawn so far. So, I started the day... Where is it? I started the day using my own hand as reference. Right? I practiced drawing my hand in a couple poses. I wanted to do some challenging poses to continue my practice, because hands, you can never have enough practice. And then, Lily wanted me to draw the Nibbler Banui gif. So I did that real quick. And then Maddie wanted me to draw Aria. Well, what's the name? Aria Iwanaga from Toho. So we did that. And then we also got Mirabelle from In Stars in Time. And now we just finished Kagamine Len from Eco Renegade Boy. I'm currently going to try to clear out my subscription page to the YouTubers I actually follow. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, so the next suggestion we have is Leaf from Bug Fable. I've not played Bug Fable. I do know that it is a Paper Mario-like, if I'm thinking of the right game. Which I miss the older Paper Mario games. I believe it is... Nope, not that one. This character? Folks will have to, like... The folks that know Bug Fables will have to let me know if that's correct. If that's the Leaf that was being imagined. I see another image where they have... Oh, looks like this is from the wiki as well. That's the less detailed one. I'm gonna guess this is perhaps the more detailed one. Yeah, that's Leaf? Okay. All the other streamers do like one art piece for an entire stream, and you over here make like 5? How? I mean, to be fair, I'm just doing like quick sketches. I have done like full rendered pieces before. those would take me like all stream. So like something like one of the commission pieces I did. My latest commission is this one. I was tasked with drawing a adventurer moose girl. This one took me like probably like 10 hours. But when I'm doing these quick sketches, like, yeah, I don't need that much time. I guess you have multiple perspectives now? Yeah, I could do something with both of these. Alright, let's see here. What could I do with this character? I'm not familiar with Bug Fables personally, but, like, this does look pretty cool. It looks like a kind of, like, ice bug thing going on. Let's see here. Is there a cool, like, other pose I could do? Okay. Let's see here. I could do something where the guy has just like splayed their hand out and like thrown a bunch of ice. I think. If I do something like this. Bug. Hollow Knight reference? I'll be back soon. Gotta go shower. Looking forward to see how this comes out later. Aw, have a good shower. It's a very simple kind of eye design. Literally just semicircles. So it's a bit more relaxed than that. They seem to have a pretty relaxed vibe. Yum. It's funny. It feels like because I haven't had experience with like the rest of what this game has, I don't quite have like I don't think I have like that large visual library that I would have normally wanted for something like this. But it's an interesting exercise regardless. Funny enough, as a non-spoiler, little fact about this, actually I don't think they have a gender, but this bug was accidentally good representation for those who identify as we. Oh. Interesting. So, like, folks that just use we, or maybe even, like, plural representation? In that case? Incidental plural representation? Because if so, like, heckin' amazing. Love plural rep. If you can't tell by the fact that I heckin' ended up playing and coming out as plural to, like, heckin' Vivid Stasis. Debs had no idea and we're very surprised. It's like how, I remember, like, the creator of Bugs Bunny ended up talking about how, a lot of folks ended up seeing, like, Bugs Bunny as, like, a trans icon. And, like, they were originally like, huh, I didn't know, like, it was being seen that way, but it's cool that folks feel represented by it. And decided that it was canon. You don't see plural representation very often, and I mean as multiple in a way. Right, like... Specifically, the plural I'm thinking of is, like, multiple people inhabiting the same head, which is what we have. Like, we have Star, Sybil, and Rose in here. And so there's a lot of times more recently where we've been chatting with folks and using we when referring to ourselves. Yeah, like that? Okay. Then it is plural rep. What, Bugs Bunny is trans? It's the first time I've heard about this? Bugs Bunny wasn't originally trans. But, like, the trans community ended up seeing Bugs Bunny as an icon for them. And the creator was like, oh, that's cool, and decided to, like, make it canon. I find it nice how some cartoonists just thinking cross-dressing makes for a nice joke, hearing to a trans icon. Well, I mean, yeah, because, like, Bugs Bunny treated it as, like, no big deal, right? And that's, like, how it should be, in all honesty. Like, express the way you want to express. Like, the thing about Bugs Bunny is, like, Bugs Bunny was very confident in himself. Like, specifically, it was seen as, like, trans mask. An icon for trans mask folks. I believe, if I remembering that right. Yum. I think the same thing happened when Keanu Reeves, like, in The Matrix, ended up like learning after the fact that it's a trans like femme story. Like when you look into it, it's fairly obvious because estrogen was red at the time, was in a red pill, and so like that was a very on the nose kind of like call to it. Um, and when Keanu Reeves learned that only after the fact, he was like, "Huh, cool, okay." The way this is working, this needs to be further out. Alright, so I'm not sure how this is coming out relative to um, how the vibe is in the game or in the story. But Bug Fable folks, how is this looking? You ever get those moments where you just randomly plot an entire anime fight sequence in your head? I got that a lot when I was listening to metal. I was always like thinking of anime like intro sequences with like with me and my friends' characters when I was listening to symphonic metal. I like it. I do see you also caught on to the double cloak moth wings naturally. I definitely saw like the usual staples of moth character designs are usually like obviously the antenna, um, and the fur like collar thing, and then like yeah the wings definitely the cloak definitely evoked that kind of like double set wing thing. Maddie, I can't play it on stream here because of like the copyright stuff, but if you have a chance, you should look up there's a Nightwish song. End of All Hope by Nightwish, I believe is what it is. I used to think of like anime intros to that song all the time. That and Razor Blade by Amaranth. I was a symphonic metal girl growing up. Leaf looks a bit serious, but that works. So Leaf is probably a bit more calm than this, right? Maybe if I add just like a tiny teensy bit of like sleepy eye to it. they'll change the vibe. Yeah, Leaf is pretty deadpan most of the time. Okay, okay. Send it to me after stream, please, if it's okay. Otherwise, we will completely forget. Okay, I'll try to remember. I might forget too, but like, so it goes. You know what, Maddie? Put a reminder in my DM real quick. Actually, never mind. I'll just put it in my own notes. We'll refrain from further suggestion for now. I did have another one, but I'll wait for you to delta in Chapter 5 before telling you that one. Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm probably going to be done with suggestions after this. We'll probably take a short break, and then I'm going to get started on a commission that... I'm going to get started on a commission that I need to do. And then I'm hoping that I'll have time to finish that commission, as well as another short art piece I was hoping to do for a friend, and then the Deltarune thumbnail before Sunday, which might be an impossible task, to be honest. Yeah, we have a suggestion, which is another Toho character, but that's for next time. Yeah, sure. These quick, like, sketchy things, like, yeah, I could get these, like, knocked out. Like, as y'all have seen a few in the stream. If I keep it super scribbly. I am a professional scribbler. I wonder when I should set up commissions? Anytime you want. If there's folks that are willing to pay for it, then, like, absolutely go for it. I mean, some folks like to just support younger artists. There we go. If I bring that eye down, I think that helps with the kind of more deadpanness a bit more. Probably wait until we get better with Krita. You know, absolutely. Like, there's also no rush to set up commissions. Like, you might have a bunch of pieces that you want to do just to get, like, practice, you know? Something like today has been a bunch of amazing practice for me, honestly. I appreciate that so many folks have, like, come by to say hi and, like, drop on suggestions. Gives Lian surprise headbats. What the heck? Oh, what did I do to deserve surprise headbats? Fucking impossible. That's for us to know you really never find it. Rude. Wah. What did I stumble onto before I take my nap? We're drawing Leaf from Bug Fable, I think. Alrighty, I think that's Leaf Bug Fable. That was nice and simple. I'd probably have a better idea what to do with the character if I was more knowledgeable of the game itself, but someday I'll probably play it. Nice and shrimple. Looks like a moth? Yeah. As far as I'm aware, I think it kind of is. I got you. Moth, Jody, the way you say that, Butter, makes me feel like it's possibly mistaken. Much more simple than the character I suggested. Nah, Maddie, don't worry about it. Oh my gosh. No, that was fine. Especially with, keeping it scribbly. Exactly the kind of thing I wanted. How the heck do we spell this character again? Okay. I'm gonna go take a nap now. Wanna check my big sister? You have a wonderful nap, Icefire. Thanks for dropping by. There we go. That's put in there. Okay. That was fun. We're gonna save and close this. Alright, and what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go on break for a bit. I will be back momentarily, and I'm gonna start a commission. Be back in a bit. Mwah! back down. Let's go to the hangout screen for a bit. Okay, so. Let's see. Y'all know what that means? Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs. Welcome to episode 70 with Fun Facts with Maddie. No more funny numbers. Ever. Fun fact number 1. The moon is really far away. At the furthest point of its orbit, because the orbit is an oval, you could fit every single planet in the solar system side by side from the Earth to the moon. Huh. You know, I knew like sense of scale is kind of whack, but I didn't think it was. I didn't have that quite frame of reference. I would have thought like, yeah, you could have like fit like it inside Jupiter or something, but like, huh, interesting. The world's most preserved body was a Chinese one found in 80 layers of coffin surrounded by mud and clay and some mysterious acidic liquid in the central coffin. So basically, pickled human. My gosh. Ugh. Fun fact number 3. The purest natural wonder in the world comes from Antarctic rivers during summer when some of the ice melts. The water comes from ice that could have been frozen for thousands of years. My goodness, yeah. Hope you enjoyed today's Fun Facts with Maddie. Join in next time for more. Excellent. Alright, welcome back, Extreme. Welcome back, Butter. Also, the first fact does not include the length of the rings, planets like Saturn's rings, I'm pretty sure anyway. I see. Hello, cute Lian. No, just fact checked to just not count the rings of planets. Okay. I'm not cute. No. I need to install a driver and it needs to restart my laptop, so BRB again. Stay safe, Extreme. Be well on your journey. Alright, I need to go pull up some information. Okay. So, this one feels like it's gonna be kind of tough. I don't know how to make this work. Alright, I can't show one of these references, but I can show the others. So I've been tasked to draw a particular character. I'm gonna copy the proper image. With that, we're gonna save this immediately. That's what it's gonna be. What's this character's name? Okay. No. Alright, so here was the reference I was given. This is a hammerhead shark magical girl, apparently. And I believe this character has, like, other references at this point, too. Need to look up the detail for this character. The same person as the other fairy magical girls? Yes. It's the hammerhead shark part that I'm gonna need to figure out, because it does make things a little odd from perspective. I think I got the idea, though. So let's see here. 22, hammerhead shark and magical girl. 5'11", with a lithe athletic build. Justice is naive and fearless, curious and self-confident, spoiled but generous. Yeah. Rich, but a minor noble and with high expectations, but considerable freedom. Excelled in gymnastics, dancing, and croquet. True love was always boxing. The day she found a wand to become a magical shark girl was the happiest day of her life. Her righteous battle against the forces of evil would be legendary, if it could be revealed to the public. As a magical girl, her transformation phrase is the Hammer of Justice pounds evildoers into submission. Magical justice has arrived. Her wand turns into ribbons, like those used in rhythmic gymnastics. She mainly uses the ribbons to distract and harry the enemy while she dances around them and pummels them with her fists. Her fighting style is brutal, but elegant with impressive energy and passion. Okay. Alright, you're back? Okay. Welcome back, Extreme. She has this, like, hammer magical wand, but is mostly a pugilist. Her wand turns into ribbons, like those used in rhythmic gymnastics. Okay. Alright. So I think I might reinterpret this idea a little bit. Because this particular commissioner has told me in the past to kind of, like, go with whatever idea I want. Interestingly, this time didn't give me any, like LGBT identification, which were present in the last ones. So I'm gonna presume that this character is more about being the magical girl than anything. So I'm gonna presume that the ribbons, since she's mostly punching, she distracts with the ribbons and then pummels with her fists. Okay. So I need to pull up a reference here. Oh, I think I found a pose I might like. Okay, we can probably keep it as a wand. Ept 2 Harb! Welcome back, Krita. Glad to see you. I hope you, like, Ept well. You might have seen I posted a bunch of the sketches we did in stream in Art Share already. I should probably share the Banui as well. That I did. The Banui in the hands. Did I not export the hands? I did not export the hands. Let's do that real quick. Okay, hold on. Save this. Close. Open this. Funman. Alright, we'll open that back up. I'm gonna share that to the Discord real quick. The hands in the nibbler. Back from clearing the subscriber page of clutter? Sounds good. What did I miss? I'm gonna start a commission now. We are gonna be drawing a head shark magical girl. So I think I want to do one of those like ribbon dance like things. So like normally a pet shark, a hammerhead shark, magical girl is what the commission is. So we want to do it. I need to have this layer up above. I want to keep the, I put the head up here. You make the magical girl in a Sailor Moon type way? That's what they were thinking. I have a reference for the character up here. They seem to be wearing this kind of plaid, like, kind of like uniform type thing. They're described as having a lithe athletic build. Make her a good swimmer too? Yeah, definitely. They got this like ribbon thing going on, and I kind of want to do like ribbon dance stuff. I think. Oh, we're oh! Hold on. I missed a step! Ah! There we go. I was already drawing. Ah. Thank you, darling, for telling me. Ah. Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not cute. Oh, man. No, I'm being bullied. Let's see. Thought you were still preparing. No, I was already drawing. I thought it was something you weren't allowed to show. So there is one reference I have that is on another monitor that I cannot show. Because it would not be appropriate. Blowhigh magical girl? I guess if the blowhigh was like was a hammerhead. Are there hammerhead blowhigh? I don't know. We like the hair. Heck, in multiple ponytails. Yeah, it's got this like kind of like swirly thing going on. Ethereal. Gonna make this ribbon go crazy. Because I've been doing that with a lot of their other commissions too. Having these like swooping elements on the sides. Alright, so for reference though, I'm gonna be streaming for probably about another hour. I don't expect to get... I might be able to get like the sketch part done. The rendering though, I'm gonna be doing on my own time some other time. We love it when something can swoop. That's why we were so excited to draw Nico so we could draw their scarves. Yeah, you gotta do the big swish. When you're given ribbons, you like have to go wild with them. I feel like. Now the hammerhead shark model is kind of strange. So I have to make kind of like the nose match up with like the brow ridge almost. Spoofiness is the best excuse to adore realism and just draw cool shapes. Tis great? Yes, absolutely. I think that came out like all right. Pretty happy with that. It's weird to say, but it's surprising that my Persona shadow hands are the things we struggle to draw the most in our design. You know, I wonder that if like getting a tablet is gonna like using like your tablet is gonna like help with that. Maybe study some shape design? Yeah. Shape design has helped us most recently with a lot of stuff. Like, shape design with hair, with face shapes, like... It's definitely something that I feel like is underlooked. The general shape of the hair. There's like 5 or 6-ish main bundles in the back. Okay. So like to match the movement of the piece, it's gonna need to be swaying to the like clockwise. I could have the top bundle like interrupt the arm. And then since we're twirling, the rest of the hair is gonna like splay upwards. It's mainly the actual hand part we struggle with. We thought that you were making a like distinct decision to stylize the hand in that way. Oh, welcome to the stream! I hope you're enjoying your time here. Where's the BGM from? ADPNO, Diverse Systems, album. I did post it in music a while back, in the Discord. It's artcore, is the genre. Move this bundle down a bit. I like to incorporate some kind of motion into these. I think that's working out pretty well. I could have the other hand extending upwards. Or outwards, rather. I need a line tool. Place a guideline. Welcome to stream, as the girls cookie. I hope you're enjoying your day. I'm happy. Glad to hear it. Conveniently, I accidentally made it so the rest of this handle is going to be hidden behind the arm. I totally did that just to save time, and not because that just happened to be how it worked out. Keep it going. Oh, woo! This one we want to have, like, facing directly. Me and her have to chat on Pinterest because her mom blocked messages. You can also use Signal. Signal's pretty good. Pretty safe. Signal. It's a messaging app called Signal. It's just encrypted, chats. I use it with my partner, pretty much all the time. And then I could have the ribbon coming back and interrupting the hair. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that, how that's composed. Now I just need I can get the rest of the outfit drawn. Ribbons are so fun to draw. They also look really fun. It's one of the reasons why Sylveon is my favorite Pokemon. Totally fair, Maddie. Totally fair. Oh wait, I forgot that this is not the screen I usually use for this. I want to show a bit more real estate. There we go. That should help. Yeah, Maddie was talking about Sylveon. I'm more of a Gardevoir fan myself. But all the trans girls who love Sylveon are totally valid too. Gardevoir is an awesome Pokemon? Heck yeah. Love Gardevoir. I like the fact that your Eevee can only evolve into Sylveon if experiences a lot of love towards the owner. Makes me feel happy. I know, it's a very cool little detail. Plus, trans colors make me feel validated by Nintendo. It's very cool. I think it'll sue the Pride Community for using Sylveon's colors in the trans flag. Real answer, no. Funny answer, I mean, with Nintendo, you never know. Alright, well, let's tone down the lines that we're not going to use. It's being covered up by other stuff. Actually, before we do that, let's copy this layer. So that we have an extra copy of it. We go erasing things. Mew. Appreciate Mew. I like Victini as well. That's probably my favorite, like, legendary. Alright, there we go. Victini used to be my favorite Pokemon for so long. Aw. There we go. Rayquaza? Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The entire Tapu series? I'm not aware of those. It's been a while since I've really been into Pokemon. Fairness. The mouth makes her look nervous. Usually that's more a matter of like maybe the corner of the mouth and an eyebrow. That should help with the confidence a bit. There we go. I don't know what I should try next. I have a few ideas, but each one is going to take multiple days per drawing, like my last one. I don't know where to start. One thing that might genuinely help, Maddie, is maybe let there be maybe do like a series of sketches. Like don't try to like finish the piece, but like, you know, just experiment and do some like really relaxed, like kind of scribblies. Per chomps? Yeah, give it a hink. Gonna start treating it more like it's drawing? Yeah! Like, you need to give yourself an experimentation phase. Give yourself a phase where you're just, like, trying things, like, experiment with stuff. And then go and, like, finish a piece, and then go experiment some more, you know? I really do need to do these streams more often. This has been a ton of fun. I think last time I did this, I drew for... I like, had just finished a game, and then I swapped to a drawing stream, and then, like, a lot of people dipped, and it's like, I'll just keep this as something I, like, work on my own for. And, work on my own with. And I think that at the time, it made it so I was like, people aren't really interested in watching, like, the drawing process. But, like, this hangout has been actually insanely fun. I need to figure out a regular day to do this. I'm often having to work on commissions anyway, so it's not like I'm gonna be, like, scheduling more out of even, like, what I normally do. I realize I've been condemning myself to drawing curves with a laptop mousepad when I have a mouse. Not much of an improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. Oh. Hey, never feel bad for having to go back to just, like, traditional pen and paper. You can learn a lot from doing that. That transfers over to doing it in other stuff. This is much more of a just chatting stream than a game stream, which generally have different audiences. I have noticed that it's brought in a slightly different crowd than normal, which is fun. I like both crowds, honestly. Fun fact, sharks are weak to electric type attacks since they're electrosensors. The things that sense muscle movement in nearby prey make them extra sensitive to electricity. I would heckin' bean sharks. There are some cases where people lose viewers from switching to a game because of a different type of audience. True, true. It's unfortunate because I'm big into games and art. I mean, true. I've actually drawn what I'm doing on paper before, and it's came out fairly well. Currently drawing a song's cover art for a game, so it's kind of has to be digital. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Like, heck, you could even do like a quick sketch on paper, take a picture of it, and then use that picture as a reference to do like the quote line work on digital. You know, when you actually have like production needs, then like, yeah, it has to be a certain way. What does that mean for your blowhigh, Lian? I have given my blowhigh electric resistance. There's an insulating cover between me and it. The blowhigh has built up a resistance to electricity by hugging me every night. Or me hugging the blowhigh, rather. She did not think this far ahead. Sure. What's with the tone, Mads? Do you not trust me? Alright, that feels pretty good as far as a sketch goes. We're gonna shrink the reference down so it's just something I can kind of quickly glance at. It's kind of intimidating to think of starting the line work when I only have like probably half an hour to kill. It's one of those things where it's like I would probably rather have like a couple hours to kill. All I'm gonna say is I don't think things can lose their allergy to electricity. My blowhigh is built different, Maddie. Alrighty. We need a line layer. Time to switch to pen tool. It's like how I can't get rid of my allergy to bullets. It's a very major allergy, you see. Maddie, simply grow bulletproof skin. Easy. Obviously, that's the answer. what an idea. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, man. It's like... It's shrimple, obviously. We haven't gotten that far into the skill tree yet. We spec'd into charisma and intelligence. I only spec'd into being a goober. And no, we didn't. Nuh-uh. We haven't unlocked that part of the skill tree yet. Just like you haven't unlocked this part of the skill tree about getting bulletproof skin. This implies you can unlock it, Lian. I haven't gotten there yet. I started the build that kept it far under lock and key. It's way deep in the skill tree. There's so many prerequisites. No. What do you mean, no? Don't you know that being a goober automatically makes the cute skill available? No, I don't. No, I don't. You must understand, Maddie. I gave up all my, cuteness ability in character creation so that I could put that cuteness into the characters I draw. Yes, to do it, a lot of things automatically make it available. It doesn't have a ton of prerequisites, and it has a lot of avenues to getting there. I can see how you get confused. Luckily, we're here. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my skill tree. I ran into an old dev version of the skill tree that doesn't have it available that quickly. They get kept it. Oh, by the way, any creatives in here, that like to draw things or like to try to like figure out stuff, like creating anything. I posted a video in the Discord, under videos and other media, about I think it's a James Lee video if I remember the guy's name right. The video is called Creativity, and I found it to be a very compelling dissection of the creative process and how to look at it. I highly recommend it. It's very cool. Whatever you say, cutie patootie. What the heck? Nobody believes me. Lian. How come no one trusts me? Interesting, we'll take a look-see eventually? Absolutely. If you're talking about the 0.7 version, you're sorely mistaken. The only version you can be on is 0.5, which I thought you have. You don't know. You don't know my situation. You're proving to have a fantastic ability to yes and, Maddie. You'll go far, girl. But yeah, that video I mentioned earlier is like the big reason I felt reminded to be like, hey, give yourself some experimentation phase. Like, if you try to just do finished products all the time, like, you'll actually stagnate more than, like, you'll, like, you know, try to skip to the finish line where you have the answer, you know? It's important. That, and again, another reason why experimentation and play, as far as art goes, is important. The 0.5 version is the only one without the cute skill due to a bug, but that was quickly updated to 0.6, which fixed a lot of stuff. I didn't want to say it was a bug. You mean I was supposed to have the cute skill this entire time? I'm sitting here trying to figure out workarounds this entire time because I thought that there were different unlock requirements. Well, I suppose I'll have to just make do. Of course you were. It's a pretty early skill that you should have definitely gotten by now. It's kind of meta. It's definitely part of the VTuber meta. It's purely a graphical bug, which always displayed uncute, despite certain users already having the skill. Now, there's no way. I looked into my stats. I definitely don't have the skill. Users reported a certain skill, Lian Sirenia passing several cute checks despite not supposedly not having the skill. What do you mean? I haven't passed any cute checks. It happened. No, I didn't. What do you mean? Y'all keep trying to say, oh, we got her. I feel like I just keep getting, like, tricked. Already checked and I had the skill? No, like, I checked my stats and they've been, like, different if I had the skill. Did I misspeak? Again? Y'all keep trying to heckin', like, flip me out of context, and, like... I'm almost surprised y'all haven't tried to edit me into saying it yet. The amount of mental gymnastics required for this is insane. No, I didn't even do that many mental gymnastics. I just say one... Like, sometimes I'm guilty of saying one thing while thinking another. Like in plural moment, I think. Yo, the rumors aren't true. We don't need an edit. No good idea I should do that. No! No! Nice idea. No! That wasn't a suggestion. I was literally thinking about editing you saying earlier this stream. Oh my gosh. Y'all! Oh my gosh. I'm not. Wait. Thank you for I did not give you permission. Leave Simmers. Oh. Thank you, babe. Aww. Just don't read this. What are you planning? Oh wait, I think I see what you were planning. Oh my gosh. Y'all are incorrigible. Gotta go dinner. Thank you for stream. Thank you for dropping by as always, Driftdroft. It's a pleasure. The fact you see it, what we were planning, proves that you just like I'm keeping your head, which is proof enough. No. That's not how that works. Don't strive to be as cute as Lian the cute. No. If you strive to be as cute as me, you will be uncute. What the heck? Who is more trustworthy between me and Maddie? Gut feeling probably says Maddie. You're is the more trustworthy one. You actually advocate self-care. I mean, Maddie does too, but like, Maddie stays vigilant over that. Maddie was even entrusted to be like the sleep officer for a bit. To be honest, I mainly prioritize Maddie's self-care. That's fair. I mean, you have like an implicit kind of investment in that. It's the same for our system. I'm probably gonna need a new tablet soon. There's a bunch of little spots where like the surface is like worn away. And I keep catching on like little scratches. Although I guess I just like seeing people take care of themselves. Yeah, that's probably valid. Seeing people take care of themselves, it feels good. Well, my soup has arrived and I got cute water time for more Sin Eaters and more cute Lian. Lian. It is getting to be about that time for us as well. And we're thinking about it, we're gonna need to have a bit of a moment to sit and like nibble something before we go to raid. So I think that's gonna be the progress for today. Got a little bit of the line work done. Got like the hardest part done, I think, is getting all the hair like sorted. It's looking pretty alright, all things considered. I gotta work on the line work a little bit more and then start like the rendering process. Alright, I might have finished the art. I'll put it in art share. I'm happy with how it turned out. Yo! That's something cool. You mind if I share that real quick on stream? Line work looking good. Thank you! Oh my gosh. Can I draw on PC without a tablet? Like, technically it's possible on a mouse, but that's suffering. People have used trackpads. I can't imagine how. Really, you want to use a graphics tablet if you're on PC. If you're on computer, the main reason is because graphics tablets, like with a mouse, like you only have 2 levels. Either you're clicked or you're not clicking. So you only get those 2 values. With a graphics tablet, you get all the values in between. From 0% to 100% on the values. So you can actually press lighter on the tablet and get a lighter line. That's not something you can do on mouse or trackpad. So like, technically it's possible, but you are like drawing with one hand tied behind your back if you do like a mouse or a trackpad. The pressure sensitivity of tablets is a fantastic tool that helps like bridge the gap between being able to draw physically in a sketchbook and doing it on digital. Oh, but can I get one to work on my PC? Yeah, there's plenty of like affordable ones. Like, I don't know what your budget is. Like, I understand for some, like, even cheap ones might be out of the realm of possibility. But like, there's some, like mine was like $50 US, which isn't much, all things considered. But yeah, having the pressure sensitivity is like a big factor of why having a graphics tablet, like any graphics tablet, is like kind of big. Thinking about it, could there be a thing where you could hold a key and then it switches like 50% pressure? Then you would at least get one more setting. But then you're still working with like 3 levels of value rather than like thousands, you know? Let's see. Of course you can? Okay, awesome. Copy media link. Pasting, go. That's what Extreme just did. I like the abstract in the pixel. It's very cool. You definitely got like a vibe going with it. With all like the claw marks. And like, even stuff like this, you can get so much expressiveness in. Even with like very scratchy, rough like textures. Second, art is important. We need to inspire each other. And make things. Freaking love that people are making things. Y'all are doing great. No problem. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and swap back here. I'm gonna also plug my controller back in so I can emote with my model, finally, again. So, thank you all so much for coming. I'm gonna do a little bit of housekeeping and then wrap things up. if you've enjoyed the stream, if you've been hanging out this whole time, lurking or watching the VOD, place a like on the stream. It helps me a bunch. And there's links in the doobly-doo for our Discord where we hang out and our socials. I need to run here soon because I gotta get a little bit of nibble and then be ready for raid here in a little under half an hour. But thank you all so much for joining me. Tomorrow, we are going to be doing Amori, another stream. It sounds like maybe the last one. I have no idea. And especially with how I tend to like take my time with things, who knows? May not be the last stream. With that, I think I'm going to catch up just a little bit before we go. Yes, you can. Audio, most of my previous art was made with mouse. True. That is to say, it's not that you can't do art with a mouse. It's just you're playing with heavy limitations. It's like trying to do art in Microsoft Paint. Apple flavored looks fucking great. Yo! Thank you for streaming. Thank you for coming. As always, Maddie. Always appreciate you there. It's meant to mirror the atmosphere of the song, and I think the bright neon green of the harsh jacket line works well. It does, Extreme. It does. I'm not sure what the song is you're referring to, but, like, if that's, like, the aim, like, I definitely feel like, I definitely get a mood from this that I feel like I could, like, translate to what I would expect out of a song pretty well. Maddie says, like and subscribe, or else she'll put you in a paper shredder. Please do not get paper shredded, folks. Be warned. Thank you for stream. Thank you for dropping by, as always. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and skedaddle along. Y'all stay awesome. I am not cute, butter. And y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye-bye.